Right, so a very good morning to each and every one of you as we bring the live action of the Lancashire Premier League 2026, the season 5 of this tournament, and it'll be CROSTERN Kings taking on the Western Tigers right here at the Thurston College grounds. A bit overcast conditions, and we had a wee bit of rain in the morning as well, but as it now, there's no imminent threat of rain, but there are some dark clouds hovering above the ground. So that's the bad news that I will have to bring early in the morning. But other than that, it's perfect for cricket. The players should most probably enjoy these conditions. It's not that hot out there in the middle. And the CROSTERN Kings and the Western Tigers, we have a lot to play for. And just to give you an update on the coin toss, it was the Western Tigers who won the toss, and they elected to bowl first. Now, I had a chat with the captain, Shakur Yunus of the Western Tigers. And what he did mention was that the overcast conditions really made it very appealing for them to bowl first in these conditions. So their target is to keep them to around 150. And when I had a chat with Saturshan, who's the captain of the CROSTERN Kings, he did mention that they will try to put anything beyond 200 batting first on the surface. And they were also planning to bowl first after winning the toss. But the toss only goes in one way, and it was the Western Tigers, the Shakur Yunus, the captain, who won the toss, and he is elected to field first. This is game number 7 of the Lancashire Premier League. The day 4 of this tournament. The season 5, we had quite a lot of advancements this year. The game... all the games being live broadcasted right here from the Thurston College. Yesterday we were at Moors, and Pure Sports joining us as well as the official broadcasting partner. And it's the season 5 of Lancashire Premier League. We had quite a lot of advancements, as I mentioned earlier, from the previous years. The organising committee has put a lot of effort to make things more appealing, not only for the sponsors, not only for the stakeholders of this tournament, but for the players as well. Looks very much well organized, and the players have certainly enjoyed these conditions as well. And the fact that this tournament is being played on top quality wickets, on top quality grounds, it just makes it even more special for these players. Because I actually had a chat with a couple of players in the morning. They've played for Nalanda College, they've played the big matches, but soon after their school cricket is done, they have focused on education, and this is the platform that have given them the chance to get back into the field, to find their groove in cricket. So it's a real good opportunity for all these cricketers, because let me tell you, 95% of these players who are here playing the Lancashire Premier League, these are not professional cricketers. 95% of them are not professional cricketers. They're just here for the passion. They've played cricket at school level. For an example, as I mentioned earlier, those two boys from Nalanda College, they have played the big match for 3 consecutive years. So they're quality players. But it's just that they have chosen a different path right after their school education. And now, once again, a chance has been given, and it's all thanks to Lancashire Premier League and the games being broadcasted live, and all the conditions, all the facilities that the organising committee provides, just the cherry on the top for all these players and for the Lancashire Premier League as well. Right, so it'll be CROSTERN Kings batting first. Is the game number 1 of day 4, the game number 7 in the overall tournament. We had plenty of exciting cricket all throughout these last couple of weeks. We started off the proceedings last week right here at the Thurston College grounds, and this will be the 5th match that we will play here at the Thurston College grounds. Shakur Yunus, the captain of the Western Tigers, very confident. Not the best of the starts for them in the tournament, coming in as the defending champions. They lost their first game on the opening day, but from what I've been told, the mentality of the players has been to bounce back as strong as they can and play a real good cricket out there in the middle. They're a quality side. Well, they were beaten in that first game, but looking into the body language of the players, the captain, they're confident that they can pull this off. As for the CROSTERN Kings, it's our first match of this tournament. It's still the early days as the Western Tigers are playing their second game. So it'll be interesting, very interesting this game. CROSTERN Kings have a lot to prove here against the defending champions. And for the Western Tigers as well, this is an important match after losing that first one. Right, so the two umpires are ready. And I'll say, let's play. There we go. Let's play, says the umpire. And here's the ball number 1 of the Lancashire Premier League, match number 7. It's neatly bowled there. Good sharp inward movement. Early action for Shakur Yunus, the captain. He driven nicely this one. It just came in a bit in towards the batter. That's good bowling, and the batter nicely behind the ball as well. Put in the full phase of the bat. Good pace on offer there for the bowler. That's driven nicely. A quick single. And they're coming back for the second run as well. That's poor from the Western Tigers. Got to be sharp in the field. Every throw, every run matters at this stage. Especially, it's very important to put a good start with the bat in order to cross that 200 run mark at the end of their 25 overs. So I'm sure that the CROSTERN Kings try to get as many runs as possible whenever there's an opportunity. Oh, that's a good delivery. The first two deliveries were full right outside the off stump, but this one, that was a good bounce on the offer. Good carry through the wicketkeeper once again. Ramesh just trying to work that ball onto the offside. Missed it by quite the margin. So far, a good over from Purna Prabhat. It's given away 3 runs. Got to take things step by step here. The CROSTERN Kings, still the early days. That's nicely worked towards the onside. Will take a single to finish things off with 4 runs coming off from Purna Prabhat's first over. It's a good one from him. And the CROSTERN Kings 4 without a loss. Right, so opting to go with spin. This is, this is quite surprising because, as I mentioned earlier, I actually had a chat with the captain, Shakur Yunus, that was driven nicely and it'll reach the boundary. Was touched to full, a bit slow through there as well and driven up to the perfection there by the batter. So I actually had a chat with the Western Tigers captain, Shakur Yunus, and what he did mention was that one of the main reasons for them to bowl first on this surface is the overcast conditions. Now, it's a given fact that if you're trying to utilize the overcast conditions, which is well and truly on offer here. Oh, that's a good that's good running and good throw as well. Almost hitting the stumps. So as I mentioned earlier, in order to utilize the overcast conditions, it's a given fact that you've got to use your fast bowlers. And the Western Tigers, they have a good crop of fast bowlers. And I'm a bit surprised to see a spinner coming into play from the other end. He might get a wicket, he might concede a couple of boundaries, but utilizing the overcast conditions, that's my point, and that's what the captain Shakur Yunus mentioned during the interview as well. So in that sense, I'm a bit surprised, but we've seen quite a lot of teams utilizing spinners early. Especially, as I mentioned earlier, I had a good look into the surface as well. And there's a wee bit of cracks. Now that's cut away nicely. Might not go all the way for a boundary. There's protection down in the deep. So it'll be just a couple of runs added to the total. And his bowling, that last delivery, that was quite fast compared to his first delivery that was driven onto the offside for a boundary. Another faster delivery, this time onto the onside. Touch too straight. So just a single, but once again, just need to be careful, especially in this power play, only 5 overs, and you get 2 power play overs after that, over number 15, if you're familiar with the rules, the playing conditions of this Lancashire Premier League. And the impact player sub is also available, and that's one thing that the teams have utilized well. That's off the edge. This is the thing about bowling it fast. You tend to get quite thick edges, and if you have your third man up inside the circle, that's going to be a huge problem. But luckily this time the third man was down in the deep. So the third man has come a strange field setup for the right-hander now. So the fine leg is up inside the circle, and there's a backward point fielder and a long on. And that's the end of the over as well. 2 overs done, 13 without loss. Another quick single. It's tap and run. That has been the strategy so far. Purna Prabhat. Oh, that's a good shot. And that'll run away for a boundary. Worked away quite well down towards the mid-wicket. And it goes all the way for a boundary. That's the second boundary of the innings. And quite a lot of confidence in that shot there from Anudha. Oh, that's a good comeback, but there we go. It'll run away for another boundary. That's what a boundary would do to a bowler. He was trying to make a good comeback. No, that was just too short and out of the reach of the wicketkeeper as well. Well, more salt in the wound for the Western Tigers and for Purna Prabhat. He bowls it a no ball. And it'll be a free hit. Right, so here we go. That's a good delivery there. A good comeback. Might go all the way for a boundary as it does. Well, Purna Prabhat has bowled a good delivery and conceded a boundary. There we go. A big inside edge. And it runs away for a boundary. Up and over he goes. One bounce and into the boundary line. That's yet another boundary. Back-to-back boundaries for CROSTERN Kings and for Anudha. This time, touch too wide outside the off stump. And slashed away behind the point for a boundary. Yeah, just one bounce. Almost hitting that rope in full. Just one bounce and into the boundary line it goes. Down the ground. 3 boundaries on the trot for Anudha. And that's the end of the over as well. 3 overs done. 37 without a loss. Again, now the intentions are quite clear from both the batters. They're trying to go after the bowling. That's a good delivery there from Prasad Asankar. Towards the left-hander. It's a left armour coming around the wicket to the left-hander. And now a change in the angles for Prasad. Coming across. That's a good delivery. This is good. A good comeback from him. After conceding 9 runs in his first over. He's come back well to offer only 2 runs in this one. 4 overs done, 39 without loss. Right, so change in bowling. Sadhu Bandara gets a thick edge. This might go the way for a boundary. Yes, it does. First ball boundary for Sadhu Bandara, and Anudha will take that all day long. That's a very thick edge. There is a slip in position as well, but it just flew over his head. There we go. That's worked way down towards the long on for a single. Najee present in the full phase of the bat there. I like how this partnership has been forged so far between these two players, Ramesh and Anudha. And there's a good sense of maturity in this partnership. And this is one of the reasons why I am telling like this, is because whenever there's a good ball, these two batters have not shown any sense of urgency, any sense of recklessness. They've been in control. They are in control of these innings. They know to which delivery they should attack, to which delivery they should present the full face of the bat and just defend. Off the edge and taken. Oh, that's a good catch. My goodness. Well, call it the commentator's curse or anything, but that was a real good catch and a very thick edge there from Ramesh. Just as I was praising this partnership, we lose our first wicket. That was a real good catch, and Sadhun Bandara with the breakthrough. Let's have a look at it again. Nicely bowled, a good loop outside the off stump and sharp turn on offer. Then look at this catch. Oh, nicely taken. Just a hint of spin to get that ball to hit that outside edge. And the first wicket goes down just like that. 44 for 1 now. CROSTERN Kings. Yeah, just going with the arm. Off the edge, goes high up in the air, but there's no one down in the deep, and in fact it's gone all the way for a boundary. That's a very thick edge, and it runs away for another boundary. The runs are coming in now, one way or another. pushed off the back foot. Just like that. 49 runs on the board for the loss of 1 wicket now. We get a single. And 50 is up for the CROSTERN Kings in 6 overs. 50 for the loss of 1 wicket. That's up in there. There's a fielder just on the bounce. So Southern Bandara starts off with a single. It's another good looking shot and it will reach the boundary with ease and fast. Another. Moves into 35 of just 17 deliveries. Now this is what I mentioned. Even at the pitch report that I did on a separate recording, I did mention that is a good pitch to bat on. At least on this match number 1. It's a good looking shot once again and it's another boundary. Easy as that. So 2 boundaries on the trot and this time Anudha just made it look so easy and very casual as well. It's touch too full from Southern Bandara. The runs are coming in nice now for the CROSTERN Kings. These are easy pickings. Let's have a look at it again. There we go. Just whacked away. No chance for the short mid-wicket fielder. Ten runs from this over already. We got a couple of more legal deliveries remaining. Mahima. Played for Nalanda College. 3 consecutive big matches for him. For Nalanda. That's up in there, but safe. We'll get a single to wrap things up. Another good over for the CROSTERN Kings. 62 for 2 at the end of over number 7. That'll be wide from Umesh Vidyaratna. Starting off the proceedings with the ball in hand. Mahima and Anuda so far. Looking good out there in the middle. Mahima obviously coming in at number 3 for the CROSTERN Kings. Pushed nicely. Still the conditions are a bit overcast. A dark cloud hovering above the ground. Off the edge again. Might go all the way for a boundary. Oh, yes. Very unfortunate. But CROSTERN Kings, they won't mind this. A bit unfortunate there for Umesh Vidyaratna. There we go. A big inside edge. Lucky it didn't really got back and hit the stumps. Oh, that's a good delivery from Umesh. A good way to finish things off. 7 runs coming off from that over. 8 overs done. 69 for 1. That's a good delivery there from Malik Bimsara. Starting off his proceedings in this game number 2 for the Western Tigers. This time it goes high up in there. Is that a chance? No, it's got all the way for a maximum. And that's the half century for Anudha. What an innings. And this half century came in just 26 deliveries with plenty of boundaries. And what a way to bring that half century. Down on one knee, got his front foot out of the way and banged it down towards the long on for a maximum. A brilliantly executed six, and it just has class written all over it. It's a good delivery. Last ball of this over. 8 runs coming from it. Make it 9. Make it 10. Make it 13. Rather 12 with that boundary. So 9 overs done. And 81 runs on the board. This is a real good start for the CROSTERN Kings. Well. What went wrong there? A complete mix-up. Let's have a look at it again. There we go. They were running. A complete mix-up at the non-strikers end. Where's the throw? Well, the throw should have been directed right into the stumps. The non-strikers end. That's a good delivery there once again from Omesh. Oh, that's a good shot. Anudha has played it right into the gap on the onside, and he picked it up nicely. He was touch too short there from Amish, and Anudha is in a good touch. He's not going to miss out on that. There we go. A very steady base A very sturdy posture as well. And he just plays it across the line of the delivery with such ease. He goes all the way for a boundary. This time out to the offside. It's another boundary. One through the onside, one through the offside. Another is just showing us his class and his range as a batter. And he certainly is enjoying the conditions out there in the middle. This one once again played it on the up, on the offside. Plenty of width on offer. And once again that very sturdy posture comes into play. And he just once again made it look so easy. Off the edge, and it's taken. Oh, brilliant. And it's a big wicket. It's Another who has to depart. And Umesh Vidyaratna has finally gotten the wicket that they were looking for. Again, it was there to be hit, but this time a very thick edge. And look at this catch. That's what it takes to get rid of a quality player. And the fielder has certainly done his very best, Abdur, to get rid of the dangerous Another. So now, in fact, it's Mahima who's dismissed. Well. We'll wait for the confirmation, but in the meantime, it's 89 for 2. Right, so 2 down now. CROSTERN Kings. Let's have a look at the 2 wickets. This was the first one. A very thick outside edge and a good catch from the slip fielder, Sadhu Bandara, with the breakthrough. And then the second wicket. Another thick edge and another good catch. So 2 similar sort of dismissals so far for the CROSTERN Kings. But all in all, as of now, they seem to be in good control. More boundaries. Well, it was Mahima who was dismissed, so Anudha will just continue his onslaught here out there in the middle. There we go, plenty of time to rock back and play it across the line of the delivery. He was touched too slow there from Yawish Yunus. Two boundaries on the trot. This time, plays it across on the offside. It just goes right through the player. This is not a good sign for the Western Tigers. They've held on to two good catches, but they've got to be on their toes right throughout. Another quick single this time. Successful so far, this top order of CROSTERN Kings. Ravzan, the new batter, in. Played it on the back for a quick single. So 10 runs coming off from Yaish's first over. 100 up for the CROSTERN Kings in the 11th over. Right. So the captain takes the responsibility with the ball in hand. Shakur Yunus. Now this time he goes up in there. No chance for any of the fielders. We get a couple of runs. And again. And this time, he gets a full value. He gets a big prize. And Shakuriuru's under pressure now. It's been given as a wide as well. The run rate as it now stands right above 9 runs per over. The projected score stands at 227. It's punched on the ground. Will be just a single. Twillo was done. 109 for 2. Right, so after the drinks break, the players are ready to start all the proceedings. We're in the 12th over. And here's Shakur Yunus. Not Shakur Yunus, Yaish Yunus. As it tossed up, delivery played on the up, on the offside. Will get a single. That's a good looking shot. Goes high up in there, but there's a fielder. And he takes it. That's a good running catch there. And his second catch. That one. And that's a big wicket. That's Anudha. And the third wicket goes down just like that. And Yaish Yunus gets a breakthrough. The danger man, Anudha, has to depart. It's a good running catch there from the fielder down in the deep. Oh, this time it's nicely played. It might go all the way for a boundary. Yeah. Ravzan just using the line of the delivery that time to his advantage, and it goes all the way for a boundary. This is not good bowling from the captain. He's been bowling too much outside the leg stump. But this one as well is an easy pickings for any batter. Just helping that ball on its way. And even if we miss it, it's going to be a wide. So a risk-free shot there with fine leg field ups inside the 30-yard circle. Cut away. Now this time, that's a big shot. And it's gone all the way for a maximum. Doesn't matter whether Anuda is there or not. The runs are coming in for the CROSTERN Kings. And Shakur Yunus complete his second over. And his first 2 overs have gone for 22 runs. Let's have a look at that again. The last 6, the last ball of the over. Yeah, that's a full toss. You cannot ask for anything else other than a big hit over the boundary line for a maximum. 124 for 3 now. We're heading into the 15th. Right, so Yaish Yunus to continue. Yeah, punched off the back foot. We get a couple of runs that time. And it's another boundary, this time in the gap. And Thinula is just dealing in boundaries. And that'll spoil the good over from Yaish Yunus once again. The final ball going all the way for a boundary. There we go. That's an easy picking. The fact that Yaish Yunus is not offering any pace makes it even more easy for Thinula just to play it across the line of the delivery. 15 down, 131 for 3. Driven nicely. A leading edge, but it ends up being safe. So it's just a single again. So far so good from Shakur. It's just that these last two deliveries that the bowlers should be careful. As a bowler, it's always that first delivery of the over. Ah, that's a good save. Real good save. Stopped a certain boundary there. Excellent work from the fielder down in the deep. What happened there? It was in the gap, but then look at this save from the fielder. Yeah, brilliant. And that's the end of the over. 16 done. 138 for 3. Oh, just on the bounce, or is it? No, it's taken. Umesh has taken an absolute blinder. The catching has been good from the Western Tigers. They're asking the question. The batter is not very confident about the catch. He's played it on the full, and a tough one for sure. Well, the fielder certainly thinks that he got his man. Well, it's the umpires who will have to get together and give the verdict here. Right, so looks like it's been given as not out. Yeah, it was anyway a tough one. It just everything happening so fast. And if the umpires feel like there's a doubt on whether the catch was clean or not, it's a known fact that the benefit of the doubt goes to the batter always. Oh, that's a good looking shot, and it's gone all the way for a maximum. Thinula is striking the ball so well. This top order of CROSTERN Kings, it's something else here. We're seeing them for the first time in this tournament, and they have made a really good early impression here. The top order has certainly stepped up to the occasion, and it'll be a very interesting tournament for sure for them. And again, this time straight as an arrow. Maximum all the way down the ground. No real turn on offer for Yaish Yunus as a leg spinner, which is a bit of a concern, but even if it is spinning, it pins right into him, right into Thinula. So he's coming down the track. He's getting to the pitch of the delivery without letting it spin. Gets it across the boundary. 150 is up for the CROSTERN Kings. Alright, so 17 overs done, 154 for 3. Looks like there's a bowling change. We'll wait for the confirmation.
अटैच कर रहे हो वो होता ही नहीं यार डॉक्यूमेंट्स एप्लीकेशन तो देखिए बहुत ही नए नए ऑप्शन
Tilanka Harsha. That's punched on the ground. It will be just a single though. There should be protection down in the deep. So far so good from Tilanka Harsha. Just 5 runs so far, including a wide. $18 overs done, 160 for 3. Rauzan on 21 of 17. Tirula 37 of 24. Now they can get that power play overs if they want to. But, you know, given both these batters are in a good form, I don't mind them taking the power overs whilst the spinners are bowling. That's important. So most of the teams, we had this discussion with few of my co-commentators as well, at which point you get your power play overs. That is a very tricky decision that the batting team will have to make. And it differs if you're chasing and if you're defending, or rather if you're chasing or if you're setting up a total. It's always important to know the difference and to take that power play overs at the right time. So now these two batters are going on nicely. The runs are coming in. This time it's up in the air but safe. The boundaries are coming. We'll get a couple of runs there. So it's important to take the power play. If I'm in charge of taking that decision for CROSTERN Kings, I would take it the next over. Because 162, if they can take at least 30 runs out of those 2 power overs. That will get them close to 200. And after that, they will have 4 more overs remaining to get another 30 to 40 runs. And by that, at the end of their 25 overs, they will get closer to that 250 run mark. A total that none of the teams have been able to get. Now this time it goes up in there and it's taken. Purna Prabhat takes a good catch. He was up in there for a very long period of time, and Thinula tries to clear the boundary down the ground, only to hit it straight up in there. And the long off fielder Purna Prabhat makes no mistake down in the deep. But it's a good innings from Thinula. 39 of 26, a wonderful innings from him. And just gave that confidence, that momentum boost that CROSTERN Kings wanted. And he has done his job. A proper job. And Purna Prabhat, nothing to take away from that catch as well. A good catch. A running catch, never easy. But he made it look so easy as well. Sandhu Bandara gets his second wicket. There we go. A big misfield. And it runs away for a boundary. That's very discouraging there for the bowler, Tilanka Harsha. And your fielders letting you down. There's no worse feeling than that. Look at that. Ah, that's the captain. Just on the bounce, Sandhu Bandara gets it across. Well, the momentum is certainly broken. Let me tell you. Can see the body language of the Western Tigers team. The bowlers, the captain, the fielders. Nothing seems to be going their way here. Worked away down towards mid-wicket. Coming back for the second run. Oh, just a single. Sadurshan, the captain. Coming in at number 6. Ravzan has been so good so far. 26 of 19. Still haven't taken the power over. Touchdown the ground, there's a fielder and he takes it. So Sadurshan, the captain, has to depart. And half the side now back in the pavilion, 173 for 5. And Tilanka Harsha picks up his first wicket. There we go, goes high up in there and a good take. Neatly done. Right, so 20 overs done. And they're yet to take the power play here. That's a good looking shot. Down towards the onside. And it's taken. Oh, beautiful. This man has taken 3 catches now in this match. Oh, brilliant. And all 3 of them were absolute blinders. Let's have a look at that again. Worked away onto the onside. It's a flat catch coming his way, and look at that, nicely charged. Oh, yes. It's his day in the field, let me tell you. 3 catches, all top-tier catches. And another wicket goes down, 174 for 6. Now, this is what I mentioned. You got to be smart when taking those 2 power play overs. If Rauzan and Thinula, if I'm not mistaken, if those 2 batters were there, and if they took that power play over during that 18th over, I'm sure Croston Kings would end up scoring at least 25 to 30 runs in those 2 overs. And they made a mistake by not taking that power play overs. And now look at that score, 174 for 6 wickets. Earlier, it was 4 down for 160 odd runs. And Sadhu Bandara has now picked up 3 wickets for 23. That taking the power play overs has to be one of the key decisions of this tournament for the captains to make. Oh, well. That sums up the ground fielding efforts of the Western Tigers. Now, let me tell you, you can divide fielding into 2 categories, catching and ground fielding. The catching has been really good from the Western Tigers, just that the ground fielding has not been up to the task. This was not a shot that should have gone all the way for a boundary, but this misfield allowed it to go all the way for a boundary. That's poor. Oh yes, brilliant. This might go. Oh no. It's taken down in the deep. Malit Bimsara. Is that the same fielder who did that mistake by letting that ball go all the way for a boundary? But let me tell you, if that is the same person, then he has redeemed himself quite nicely taking this catch. And it's Sadhu Bandara's 4th wicket. There we go. You can see the bat rotating in his hands. That's where he got things wrong. He was in a good position to play that shot. It was there to be hit. But that bottom hand coming out of the bat, and the bat rotates on his hands, and it just ends up not getting the right elevation. And it's another dismissal. And the 4th wicket for Sadhu Bandara. 179 for 7 now. Right, so 7 down for 179 now. Right, so Akil is the new batter. The weather has improved a lot. It was a bit overcast in the morning, but now you can see the sun shining on its full potential, I would say. 21 overs done, 179 for 7. This time again, it's up in there and it's dropped. Oh, Sri Lanka Harsha. Should be disappointed here. I wonder who that fielder was. And again, this time it goes high up in there. Is that a chance for... Oh, it's dropped again. Back-to-back chances gone down. Right, so now they have taken the power overs. The power play 2 overs. Now only 2 fielders will be permitted outside the 30-yard circle. Oh, that's a good shot. But might not go the way for a boundary. Purna Prapat will cut it down for just a single. Sandhu Bandara to bowl his 5th over, the final one. He has been the standout performer. He was touch expensive in his first 2 overs, but he came back strong to pick up 4 wickets and have given away only 29 runs in the whole process as well. Couldn't really pierce the cap that time, straight into the hands of the fielder. Oh, that's a good shot. That'll go all the way for a maximum. Buddhika gets a full use of that delivery. Once again, it was right in his arc. Now, it's a right-hander facing Buddhika and a right-arm off-spinner bowling around the wicket. And this ball has been given or gone all the way for a boundary as well. So not sure exactly that's a move to go. So 10 runs coming off from the last two deliveries. There we go. Right armour coming around the wicket towards the right-hander. And bowling it straight. 200 up for the CROSTERN Kings in 23 overs. We've got 2 more overs to go. Right, so Shakur Yunus to bowl the second power over. This time it goes high up in there. This could be out. Yes, it is. So the 8th wicket goes down. A big outside edge. A very thick one as well. And it runs away for a boundary. There we go, trying to play it across down towards the mid-wicket region. Goes high up in there and a good catch there from the fielder. So far so good from Shakur Yunus. Now this is good bowling. Very slow through there. Very wide outside the off stump as well. And so far a really good power play over. Akil finding it very, very difficult to deal with this bowling from Shakur Yunus. And he gets a boundary. Finally, a boundary, the power play over. And that's the end of the over as well. So 24 overs done. 207 for the loss of 8 wickets. And we've got one more over to go. Well, that's the end of the innings. $207 in 24 overs. Well, it was a good batting display from the CROSTERN Kings after being put into bat first in this opening game of day 4. And the batters, the top order, have responded well. 71 for Anudajitra, the standout performer with the bat in hand. 71 over 40. And then a couple of 30s from Ravzan Kafoor and Thinula Liyanagi, 31 and 39 respectively for the two batters. And then the finishing touches from Buddhika Senaratne as well. So in 24 overs, they made it 207 for the loss of 8 wickets. Now let's have a look at the bowling performances. 4 wickets for Sandud Mandara. He's a standout performer with the ball in hand. 4 for 41. And then 1 wicket apiece for Omesh Vidyaratna, Yaish Yunus, Shakur Yunus and Tilanka Harsha. So in 24 overs, the opposition got to 207 for the loss of 8 wickets, giving them a total or a target of 208 to get in their 25 overs. Right, so let's have a look at the highlights of this innings from the CROSTERN Kings. Remember, it was the Western Tigers who won the toss and they elected to bat first, or rather bowl first, on an overcast condition here at the Thurston College grounds. But their plans didn't really go accordingly, as the CROSTERN Kings, playing their first match of the tournament of the Lancashire Premier League, have absolutely smoked the bowlers of the Western Tigers to post 207. It was a wonderful batting display from the top order of the CROSTERN Kings. Have played some really good cricket, some really good shots all over the park. The catching has been quite good from the Western Tigers as well, but it's just that the ground fielding was not up to the mark, and it was a bit disappointing on that part for the Western Tigers. Anudajitra was the standard performer, scoring 71 over 40, and then Ravzan Kafoor and Thirun Liyanagi really put things into the fast forward mode, scoring at a really good rate. It was Thinula Liyanagi who scored 39 of 27 deliveries with 3 sixes and a 4. And then Ravzan Kafoor was quite outstanding as well, scoring 31 of 22 deliveries. Abdul Rahman was quite brilliant in the field today. Took some really good catches. Then at the end of the 24 overs, they made it to 207 for the loss of 8 wickets. That gives them a target to chase down 208 in 24 overs. Right, so we'll take a short break and we'll be back with the run chase.
Hi guys. Hello, how are you? I'm fine, thank you.
Right, so welcome back to the Thurston College grounds as we bring you the live action of the Lancashire Premier League Season 5. And this is the day 4 of the tournament, match number 7. It's the CROSTERN Kings taking on the Western Tigers. The CROSTERN Kings have batted first and they've made a good total of 227 runs. Now, just to remind you of what exactly happened, the game was seized at 24 overs as the CROSTERN Kings were, or rather, the Western Tigers were behind in terms of time to bowl their 25 overs. So 20 penalty runs have been awarded to them. And as a result, at the end of their 24 overs, they've been awarded with 20 penalty runs, bringing that total up to 227. Right, so now with that set aside, the new target for the Western Tigers, it's 228 and a huge appeal. Ball number 1 is looking very, very exciting. Bimsara is a new man in, Malik Bimsara. This is good, encouraging stuff. Oh, it came off the pad for sure. It's a good decision there from the umpire. Now that's a good delivery there from Praveen Fernando right into the block hole. This is a huge total, 228 runs to get. Oh, driven nicely. That's asking for trouble. That's 2 full on the offside against a top order batter in a power play. Cannot ask for anything better than that for a batter to get off the mark. There we go. Very solid. And very solid indeed. Oh, it'll go all the way for another boundary. It's not a good fielding effort there. But it just went like a flash. Malik Bimsar is a very strong player from the looks of him. And he slashed his delivery. Just a single. Back-to-back boundaries, and after that, Praveen Fernando. That's a good delivery once again. That's a good comeback from Praveen Fernando. The good thing about that delivery is that it was hit right into the block hole. And nothing much a batter could do for a delivery like that. Unless you get under the ball properly, which the batter failed to do so. Driven down the ground once again, so it will be just a single. It's a good start for the Western Tigers. 11 runs coming off from that one. First over done, 11 without a loss. Right, so Ravzan Kapoor, who was quite brilliant with the ball in hand, or rather the bat in hand, is now been given the responsibility to bowl spin on off. Just on the ground, the intentions are quite clear from these two batters, Malit Bimsara and Samit, two very strong hitters of the ball. Especially when it comes to chasing down a total of 228, you need to have that early start. That momentum has to be set. Now, on that case of avoiding 20 runs of penalty to, well, in this case, adding 20 runs to the total of the CROSTERN Kings, it's a good lesson for all the teams as well. I'm sure they will take their notes to be right on time. If it goes past the scheduled finish time, if they cannot finish off their 25 overs, then 20 extra runs will be added to the total. Now, I need to get the clarification whether it's 20 runs per over or not. In this case, it goes high up in there. I don't think this will carry through, and in fact, it's gone all the way for a boundary. So the third boundary of this innings, and Ravzan concedes his first boundary. So just a single this time. So far so good from Ravzan Kapoor. In fact, Even if that ball went all the way for a boundary, still a good over from him under the circumstances. Just 6 runs so far. Need to finish things off strongly here. There we go. That's a good way to finish things off. A dot delivery to finish things off. Just 6 runs from Rauzan's over. 2 overs done. 17 without a loss. Right, so another bowling change. Hakim to replace the fast bowler who operated from that end. Now this time it goes up in there. And it's taken, is it? Yes, it is. Akhil gets a breakthrough. And the first wicket goes down. We'll wait for the confirmation. The batters are not moving. Just wants to check whether the catch is clean. There we go. Good bounce off the surface. It just travelled so far above. I think it's a clean catch, in my opinion. A tough one. Was not in very much of control. He had to fetch that ball from outside the off stump. That's where things got wrong, but that's a good catch. I think it's clean. From this point of view, it does look like a clean catch. We'll wait for the final verdict of the umpires. See, the problem with that shot, the fact that he was not in control, is because he had to fetch that ball from very far outside the off stump. And when you do that, when it's a bouncer, you're not in very much of control because it was way above his shoulders as well. So he was not in control. So even though he wanted to play it right in between that mid-wicket and the long-on fielder, he only ended up playing it straight into the hands of the long-on fielder. Now the only problem here is whether it carried whether the catch is clean. We had a good replay scene as well, and from that, in my opinion, of course, I feel like the catch was clean, and I think that has been officially confirmed to the umpires as well. Yes, the batter is walking. So it's been given out. So the first wicket goes down for the Western Tigers. Samit has to depart, and it's 17 for 1. This is good. This is good from Hakim. This is good from the CROSTERN Kings. They're putting that pressure right on the Western Tigers. And this is what happens when you have runs on the board. It just gives that sense of freedom for the bowlers, and at the same time, it just gives that, that mindset for the bowlers. And you have runs on the board, so even if you get hit for a couple of boundaries, it doesn't matter much. All you got to do is come back stronger. And they have runs on the board to make those errors, to test out new things. So that's why having those runs on the board is very, very, very important. That's a big shot, and that's the first maximum of the innings for the Western Tigers, and it comes off the bat of Prasad. And that will spoil the good over from Hakim. There we go. Didn't really bounce that much. That was a problem. I think the bowler expected to bounce that ball, expected much more bounce off the surface, but didn't really bounce. So it just came in at a very straightforward and an easy height for the batter to get under the ball properly. And it worked out well. Oh, that's a poor delivery. Has been called as a no ball. That's a good shot. That's down the ground, and that's gone all the way for a maximum. Brilliant striking this from Prasad. The runs are coming in. They have lost a wicket. That's a problem. And that's another beautiful shot. Brilliant. Malit is dealing in sixes. If I'm not mistaken, that's the third bound, or rather the third six of Malit Bimsara. And once again, clearing that mid-wicket region quite nicely. That's his second six. And this might go all the way for another boundary as well. Oh, this is brilliant. Malit Bimsara and Prasad Dasankar, they're just toying with the batters, or rather the bowlers at the moment. And the runs are coming in quite nicely. Already 42 runs on the board. And Ravzan Kapoor bowling his second over. Have given away just 18 runs and 10 runs from the last two deliveries as well. Oh, this time, and the finger goes up, and the second wicket goes down just like that. Oh, this partnership was working out really well for the Western Tigers, and now they have lost a wicket. Well, I guess it's Prasad who has to depart. Yeah, that was the whole confusion. Yes, there we go. He's gone. That's good work from the bowler himself. Good presence of mind. This is a good start. The Western Tigers getting those runs, and the CROSTERN Kings fighting their way back. That's a good looking shot. It's in the gap as well. It might go all the way for a boundary. Yes, it does. Malik Bimsara just chipping it over. Backward square leg for a boundary. Nicely executed. More boundaries coming in the Western Tigers' way. Malik Bimsara is attacking right from the set-go. And now the rest of the batters should make sure that they're batting around Malik Bimsara as much as possible. Not giving him any pressure as well. But just need to make sure that they're building and forging a good partnership here. 5 was done, 52 for 2. Western Tigers, and I feel like this game is nicely balanced. Could have easily been another run out had that been a direct hit. "176 runs required of 119. That's the equation for the Western Tigers. There's some punched on the ground. There will be protection. So just a single. Now that we're done with the power play, 4 fielders or rather 5 fielders are permitted outside the 30-yard. So looking into the field, we got Mahima bowling. Right armour coming around the wicket to the left-hander. Response down the ground. That's a good looking shot and it's right in the gap and it's gone all the way for a boundary. Just a couple of steps down the ground there from Manit Bimsara. And he plays it nicely right in the gap. It goes all the way for a boundary. So there's long on and long off, a deep mid wicket and a backward square leg in position. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 fielders. And there's a sweeper cover fielder as well on the offside. So that amounts to 5 fielders outside the 30-yard. And it's another boundary. This time, that boundary belongs to Tilanka. Mahima Veerakorn bowled that last over, went for 6 runs, including a boundary. And now, the first ball, the fresh over, driven onto the offside for a boundary. Nicely executed. Gone straight into the hands. Fazil Marija gets a breakthrough. Oh, it was a poor delivery. A very poor delivery, but he gets a breakthrough. It was very wide, and Tilanka just ended up hitting it straight into the point fielder. This time it's in the gap. For a moment I thought that fielder at the point region is in contention to take that catch, but it just right in the gap. There we go. And he gets a boundary. Mahima Vidakon so far had a good job. 6 runs from the previous over, and now only 1. That's down the ground. And it's taken. Oh, brilliant. My goodness. For a moment I thought it was right in the gap because it was hit very, very straight. And the 4th wicket goes down. Oh, what a good catch there from Chenuka. Got to the pitch of the delivery. Smashed it down the ground only to find Chenuka down the ground. Let's have a look at it again. There we go. It was hit straight. And the fielder takes it. That is a good catch. A very well judged catch there from the fielder down in the deep, and it's the dangerous Malit Bimsar who has to depart for 37 of 23 deliveries, and he's not happy. He was hit so well, but it's just that the distance was not there. 8 overs done, 72 for the loss of 4 wickets now. Yeah, 3 wides in this over. So already 8 runs. Umesh and Abdul really need to set things apart here. Form up a good partnership. Already 80 runs. They've set a good stable platform here. It's just that they've lost too many wickets. But other than that, 80 on the board in 8.3 is not that bad. Nine overs done, 82 for the loss of 4 wickets. Fazil Maria now 2 overs, 1 for 20. And Umesh and Abdul they're still at the early stages of building out something good in terms of a partnership for the Western Tigers. 146 more runs required. That's a good looking shot. There's protection down at long off. Good run in between the wickets this time. And 10 overs done, 89 for 4. Another misfield. another single. Now the things have calmed down a bit. 91 for 4. The two batters, Abdul and Umesh, slowly but steadily building something. But they have a good base to work on. It's a good delivery. Janulu Indusara. And that's the end of the over. 11 overs done. 91 for 4. That's a good looking shot, and that's gone all the way for a maximum. Chenukarandula, the first ball hammered by Umesh all the way for a maximum. And the score goes up to 97 now. Let's have a look at that again. Oh, yes, Umesh is a good hitter. He has a strong build. A powerful guy. Oh, there we go again. Back-to-back sixers. It's gone all the way for a maximum. Oh, gone, is it? Is it? No. That was very close to that off stump. A change of angles there for Chenukarandula. But he missed out on that chance. Up and over he goes. That's another boundary. That's a third boundary in this over. And this turning out to be an expensive one. Already 15 from this over with one more delivery to go.
Are you okay?
After the drinks break, the required run rate has gone up to almost 9.5 runs per over. Chanula Indusara. It's driven on the offside. Umesh. He can certainly hit the ball. We've seen him being aggressive as well, which is exactly what they need right now. Tossed up on the offside, he goes, and it's in the gap as well. Abdul has smashed that on the offside, on the up for a boundary. That's a good shot. And that's out of the park, and that's a maximum. Oh, brilliant. Akhil Ahmed. Second ball of the over. Smashed. And it's once again Umesh Vaidyaratna. Look at that. Oh, brilliant. He can strike the ball. And if there's one man who can take Western Tigers out of this misery that they're in, it's Umesh. He's already on 29 of just 18. That's another boundary there. That's his second boundary of this over. Akhil Ahmed. That was just right onto the pads. It was straight enough for Umesh. Let's have a look at that again. There we go. Right onto the pads. Easy pickings. A full toss. He's not going to miss out on that. Touch once again down to the mid wicket. And it's in the gap again. Janula Indusara once again touched to full on the offside. And Omesh has a very strong swing of his arms. Just once again punched on through the offside. And that's the end of the over. 50 done. 10 more to go. 135 for 4. Well, that's been given as a free hit. Insha 50 ka. Couldn't get under the ball properly this time. Omesh is striking the ball well. 40 of 26. it's dropped. Mahima Veerakorn. Oh, it was up in there for some time, but it just popped out of his hands. Been the 5th wicket, Umesh. That was a big wicket. He was not in the most balanced posture to take that catch. That's one of the main reasons why he lost his balance. This time it's Abdul, and he gets it all the way for another maximum in Shah Iftikhar. After bowling a good over so far, has conceded another boundary in this innings. 89 off 56 now. Right, so Mahima Veerakorn to continue. Now we're approaching a very exciting phase of play. Now, since we have passed the 15th over mark, these two batters can get the power play overs. Now, they have to be careful not to repeat the same mistake the CROSTERN Kings did when they bat. What they did was, they didn't take that power play over when they had players who can really hit the ball strong. That was again a wonderful delivery from Umesh. He is just toying with the bowlers at the moment, and whether it's leg side or on-side, he doesn't really care. If it's in his arc, he would swing his bat as strong as possible, as hard as possible, and he 9 out of 10 times he will get a boundary. So to come back to the point on taking that power over, now these two batters are striking the ball well. So if they can get that power over, maybe in the next over or after that, in my opinion, they should take it before the 20th over, because that will narrow down the required runs and also will ease off the challenge in the last 5 overs. This time it goes high up in there. It's in the gap. Oh! Well. That sums up the day for the CROSTERN Kings with the ball in hand in the field. There we go. A good swing of the bat. And that just poor from the field. That's just letting your bowlers down. That's the end of the over. 70 done, 157 for 4. That's another 6. That's Abdul at his very best. Oh, brilliant. This is a good fight back. Gets another breakthrough. Oh, this is brilliant. This is setting up nicely here. And it's Abdul who has to depart in Shah Iftikhar after being hit for a maximum. Gets the final laugh. It's a 5 down now for 163. Still 65 runs away from victory. Now Omesh is still out there in the middle. This is what happened. There we go, crashing onto the stumps. Right, so half the side back in the pavilion for 163. And this is how it happened, the fall of wickets. This one was the first one, a short pitch delivery, trying to play it on to the onside, but ended up playing it straight into the long on field. This was a good presence of mind moment from the bowler. And then again, this was another loose delivery. And he gifted the wicket, and then Mahima Veerakorn picking up a good wicket here. And then the last one, of course, Abdul. Very unfortunate to get dismissed. Right, so Purna, the fast bowler, walks out to the middle. Now it's a matter of taking that power over. Still a long way to go, 64 runs. Umesh is on 49. He's the lifeline for the Western Tigers. If they are to chase things down, he's got to be the man here. He's got to take the upper hand, and the rest of the batters should make sure that they bat around him, not putting him under pressure. Here's Inshaf Iftikhar. Yeah, down towards long on for a single. And that's the 50 for Umesh. A wonderful half century. Came in at a time where the team was desperately needing someone to anchor the innings. And that's exactly what Umesh has done today. But still, the game is far from over. 63 more runs required. And he's got to be out there in the middle for his team right till the very end to take his team home. Oh, a chance. A tough one for sure. Ravzan Kapoor bowling the 19th over. Ah, that's a good shot. And it's Purna. And he has clubbed that out of the park for a maximum. Ah, this is brilliant. 174 now for the loss of 5 wickets. Right, so Insha of Iftikhar. That's a good shot. That's a real good shot from Purna, and it's gone all the way for another maximum. He can hit the ball well. That's his second six, and he seems to be enjoying the proceedings out there in the middle. Brilliant striking this one. Whenever it's full, whenever it's there to be hit, Purna Prabhat would put everything he got to make sure that it sails over the boundary line. One bounce and into the boundary line. This is good, real good from Purna. He's certainly giving a good fight here. Now it's 187 for the loss of 5 wickets again. Just cleared out his front foot and just playing it, using the line of the delivery. Not really trying to do anything fancy. Just playing it in the arc, right in that V. This time, down the ground. This is up in there. Could be a chance. And it's taken. So Purna's flash innings comes to an end. And he made a good hand here. 19 of just 8 deliveries. And the 6th wicket goes down for 187. Purna Prabhat is gone for 19 of 8 deliveries. Right, last ball of this over. That's a good delivery. So single to wrap things up. 20 overs done. 188 for 6. Right, so this is surprising. They're yet to take the power overs. We're into the 20th over. If they lose the wicket of Ramesh, then that's going to be a problem. That's up in there. Just a couple of bounces into the fielder down in the deep. Down towards... oh, again, it was right in the gap. Right in between mid-wicket and long on. And how many times have we seen Umesh just so casually piercing that gap? So much power behind that shot. But it's just that the placement is absolutely brilliant. He's perfectly bisecting that mid-wicket fielder and the long-on fielder with such ease. It's so good to see. This time down the ground. That's good bit of fielding. Brilliantly executed there. Down towards the onside, and that's again a brilliant stop from the fielder. There's a couple of runs added to the total. They're going at a good rate, just 32 more runs required off 26, and now the current run rate stands well above the required run rate. That's down towards the mid-wicket. And it's gone all the way for a boundary. Oh, this is so easy. From the looks of it itself, Dinesh and Umesh, they're just finding it very, very easy to find those boundaries. And this track, let me tell you, as I mentioned at the start, I had a good look in the morning and it looked absolutely flat. And these batters are just confirming that. So easy to bat on. The ball is coming nicely onto the bat. And you can trust the bounce. We got all the boxes ticked. 21 overs done. 200 on the board for the loss of 6 wickets. Driven on the off. Nicely executed this time. Oh, they've taken the power over now. Now this will be interesting. Played it on the off once again. Couldn't get it past the fielder. Inside the 30-yard. Oh, another missed opportunity. That was a juicy full toss there. Now let me tell you, this first power over, the power play over, is certainly working in the favour of the CROSTERN Kings. And this is a good comeback from the Western Tigers. This is a good fight back, given the fact that they lost their first game, and to come back into this second game and to chase down a total of 228 runs, which is still, they're yet to chase things down, but still 25 runs away. But the fight here is quite impressive, and the captain Shakur Yunus did mention that the boys are really looking forward to make a good match out of this. And they have made a good match out of this, let me tell you. "22 overs done, 203 for 6. I like the fact that they've opted to go with two fast bowlers to bowl these power play overs, because Dinesh and especially Umesh, he was very, very powerful and strong and confident against the spinners, against almost all the spinners. So it's good thinking by Sadurshan, the captain of CROSTERN Kings, to go with a fast bowler. Right, here we go. The last power over. Chasing down a total of 228. And they're on 203. 25 more runs required after this one. Only 2 overs remaining. It's turning out to be a nail-biting one, let me tell you. That's a good looking shot, and it's in the gap. It's a boundary. A much needed boundary is there for Umesh and for the Western Tigers. Oh, that's a good shot. This might go the way, is it? Oh, yes, it is. This is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And it's gone all the way for a maximum. And now, all of a sudden, Western Tigers are very, very much in steady control. Before the start of this over, there was this sense of ambiguity, whether put themselves in a position which make it difficult for them to chase things down. But now, look at that. This is easy. This is so easy for Umesh. Just using the gap. Just to remind you that we're in the power play. So only 2 fielders are permitted to be outside the 30-yard. And Praveen Fernando has found it difficult to tackle against Umesh, who is absolutely hammering the bowlers. Oh, it goes up in there. This could be out. Fielders coming under, and he drops it. Oh, and to make things even worse, he's gone all the way for a boundary as well. Is that the game? Is that the game he dropped? Just 7 runs required now. A bit too early to proceed with his shot there, Umesh, but look at this. He did cover all the distance, but didn't really judge where the ball would land. And that's the end of the over. That's an expensive over. 18 runs coming off from that second power play over. 23 overs done. 2 more to go. And Western Tigers, they need only 6 runs to win this match. Couple of runs added to the total. The powerful strike down the ground. Yeah, just 226 for 6. 2 runs away from victory. Ravzan Kafur and Umesh try to wrap things up here. Punch on the ground, and that's the game. A brilliant run chase, this one. Probably the highest in this tournament. And it's Umesh Vaidyaratne who has absolutely dominated the proceedings. 90. Unbeaten. Chasing down a total of 228 runs. And he came in at a time where the team was struggling, but he came in and he has completely managed to turn things upside down. Purna Prabhat, Abdul Rahman all gave him good support, but it was Umesh Vaidyaratne who made the most out of the conditions here at Thurston College grounds. Well, it was let me tell you, it was one hell of a run chase from the Western Tigers, chasing down a total of 227. Right, so now let's have a look at the batting performance of the Western Tigers, chasing down a total of 232 runs. It was Malik Bimsara who started off the proceedings. I believe this is CROSTERN Kings. Yeah, now there we go. Western Tigers. It was Malik Bimsara who started off the proceedings. 37 of 24 deliveries. And then useful contributions down the order from Prasad Dasanko. He looked good. He was unfortunately run out. And then Abdul Rahman and Omesh Vidyaratna absolutely dominated the proceedings in that wonderful partnership. Abdul Rahman scored 43 of 27, unfortunately got dismissed, and Omesh Vidyaratna 90 of 52 as well. And Dinesh Rangakumar and Purna Prabhat also contributing with boundaries to make things even more easy for Omesh Vidyaratna to chase things down. So in 23.4 overs, they managed to chase things down and to record a stunning victory here at Thurston College grounds. Right, so let's have a look at the bowling performances of the CROSTERN Kings. A couple of wickets for Inshaaf Iftikhar. He bowled well, 2 for 36, and then 1 wicket apiece for Hakeem Mahima Virokon and Fazil Maria as well. But the bowling effort not good enough to restrict the Western Tigers for 200 or rather 220 odd runs, as they made it to 232 for the loss of 6 wickets. Right, so let's have a look at the highlights of these innings, of these run chase of the Western Tigers. 232 for the loss of 6 wickets. Malit Bimsar and Samit Ruberu started off the proceedings. Malit Bimsar looked good during his brief stay out there in the middle. 37 of 24 deliveries with 4 sixes and, or rather, 6 fours and a 6. And he absolutely dominated the proceedings. They lost wickets, but in these first few overs, but the runs came in anyway, and that's, I think, what made it a bit too easy for the rest of the batters to come in, because the runs were coming in, a platform was set, the momentum was set, and the batters really did enjoy it out there in the middle. The conditions were suitable for the batters. The ball was not turning that much, and there was nothing much for the fast bowlers as well. The catching from the CROSTERN Kings was good. They held on to some good catches all throughout the park. It's just that the ground fielding was not up to the mark, and I think that's something that they will have to reassess when they walk into that dugout. This was another crucial moment of the game. This was the dismissal of Prasad Dasanka. He looked good, as I mentioned earlier. Couple of sixes for him before he departed. But then Omesh Vidyaratna and Abdul Rahman came in and played some really good shots all around the park. Toyed with the spinners, and they didn't really show any sort of hesitance against the spinners to go down the track, whether to play it across the line of the delivery. The confidence was there. It was just a matter of execution, and they did that execution part extremely well as well, and they can be mighty proud of their effort. And the team actually lived up to the potential of, or rather lived up to the expectations of their captain at the coin toss. He did mention that the team is looking to bounce back, and they did bounce back in style, chasing down one of the highest totals in this year's Lancashire Premier League, and to put them back in this tournament as well. Remember, they lost their first game, but they've come back strongly here to record their first win in this tournament. And for the CROSTERN Kings, it's a lot to think back and reassess, because it's just their first match in the tournament, and they have been quite good with the bat in hand, but it's just that the bowling in these middle overs, when one batter is going on at the bowlers, you've got to have those canny bowlers who can make things worse. And of course the fielding has to be improved as well. So those are quite a little bit of things that the CROSTERN Kings will have to keep in mind before heading into their second game. Right, so it was a good game of cricket here at the Thurston College ground. We certainly enjoyed, and I'm sure that you enjoyed it as well. And the Western Tigers recording a real wonderful run chase to win the game by 4 wickets. So CROSTERN Kings batting first made 227, and the Western Tigers really made that run chase look easy, chasing down total in just 23.4 overs. Right, so that's it for our first game of here at the Thurston College grounds, CROSTERN Kings versus the Western Tigers, and we'll take a short break because we have another match coming up later in couple of should be within 1 hour's time. So stay tuned with us as we bring you the live action of the second match as well. Thank you and have a good day.